Chapter 36:23. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and raised his head, not daring to move at all. As his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, Zhu Qing dashed forward and greeted him with a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Hyoji, who was 10 meters away, let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and raised his head, sighing. Why bother? Zhu Qing was a ninth-order giant dragon and possessed extraordinary strength. Even a half-saint might not necessarily be her opponent, let alone a mere second-order emperor realm, Hyoji. Zhu Qing had already shown mercy by only sending him flying. In any case, he was the son of great emperors. If he had really been injured or killed, it would have been difficult to explain to the serene soul great emperors. But soon, Hyoji, who had been sent flying, rushed back with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, a famous figure in the star boundary, only knows how to hide behind a woman? Don't you even have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If that's the case, Yang Kai, you've really disappointed me. Yang Kai smiled. You're not my opponent, so there's no point in bullying you, Hyoji said. How do you know I'm not your opponent if we haven't fought before? Don't think that you're really strong just because you're a minor realm higher than me. I'm Hyoji, not some random cat or dog you've encountered before. Yang Kai glanced at him with a strange expression. Do you really want to fight that much? If you really want to fight, you can go to the Western Territory battlefield and fight however you want. Hyoji coldly snorted. After the War of Two Realms broke out, I fought in the Western Territory and killed more than 3 to 5 high-rank demon kings. His arrogance reappeared. A high-rank demon king was basically the same as a third-order emperor realm master. If he could kill a high-rank demon king, a third-order emperor realm master would naturally be able to as well. After speaking, he shouted angrily, I'm only asking you, do you want to fight or not? Yang Kai sighed. What's the point of fighting if there's no benefit to it? You want benefits? Hyoji's eyes flashed as he sneered. Good, then let's add some stakes. If I lose today, Hyoji's life will be yours. Yang Kai lowered his eyes. Why would I want your life? Calm. Yang Kai was Yang Kai's. If I lose Yang Kai. Of Yang Kai's. But. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. You want to be the army commander of your own army? If you want it, I'll go talk to the great emperors and have them change their orders. Although the great emperors made him the GZ Army's Legion commander out of kindness and compensation, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts. He still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he finished building an army, he would have to lead a large army on the battlefield in the future. Mobilizing troops to besiege a city was too much for him. He was more than willing to listen to someone else's orders. He didn't want to have to worry about the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The position of Legion commander sounded high and mighty, but any military order would involve the lives of countless people. Hyoji snorted, If I want something, I'll take it myself. There's no need for you to say anything. Yang Kai frowned. But even if you win, what's the point? Do you have the confidence to convince the great emperors to let you take this position? If the great emperor's orders could be changed so easily, then it would be too outrageous. You don't need to worry about that. Hyoji replied indifferently. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about Hyoji's words. He faintly felt that this was the real reason he came to the High Heaven Palace. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yaolin, and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the star boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the serene soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion Commander was very important. So, who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the deputy Legion commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a Legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a Legion commander faster than him? If it was any other Legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wu Chen army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So, if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours?" Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist. That was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qing, step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's chi surging and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space Divine Technique," the divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperor since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide, and pure spiritual energy turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this. But since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the Space Divine Technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome, but since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly, because at that moment, he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords, and under this sudden change, he lost control of his mind, and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength, but still couldn't escape and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into this sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. Chapter 36:24. Hyoji was shocked. How could he not know that he had been tricked? In a fit of anger, he bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his body with pain and restore his consciousness. The pain came, but there was no smell of blood. Hyoji was stunned. There was no smell of blood, which meant that he was not a physical body. Was he now in the state of a soul avatar? If he hadn't taken a bite, Hyoji wouldn't have even noticed this. The child of Serene Soul was especially aware of the soul's secret technique of others. As this thought flashed through Hyoji's mind, he completely lost control of his mind. When the soul-warming lotus was evolving, Yang Kai had comprehended a secret technique. This secret technique was strange, unpredictable, and difficult to guard against. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul cultivation, it could often surprise the enemy and seize the initiative. It was called the Blossoming Lotus. As soon as the Blossoming Lotus was formed, a white bud could rush into the enemy's knowledge sea and devour their soul power. However, after so many years, apart from the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend any other soul secret techniques from the soul-warming lotus, nor did he deliberately cultivate any other secret techniques. After all, the Blossoming Lotus Tao was more than enough for the divine soul secret techniques. However, After having sex with Yu Rumeng and his soul cultivation sword, Yang Kai discovered that his blossoming lotus secret technique had another transformation. The raging lotus. It was completely different from the blossoming lotus. It could even be said that it was a completely opposite soul secret technique. When the blossoming lotus was used, the enemy's vision would be filled with a bud, and when the flower bloomed, the enemy's soul power would be rapidly drained. When the raging lotus was used, it was a white lotus in full bloom that wrapped around the enemy's soul. When the lotus closed, it would seal the enemy's soul, cutting off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. If any creature wanted to live, walk, or speak, they had to become one with their body and soul. However, the angry lotus could cut off this state of unity. The connection between the soul and the body was cut off. Then, the body would become a walking corpse without any thoughts of its own. No matter how powerful it would not be able to use it. Just like Hyoji at this moment, the world was completely sealed, and there was no light at all. Even his perception could not be sensed. Before he fell asleep, Hyoji's mind filled with anger. Evil, treacherous bastard. I've been tricked. One couldn't blame him for thinking this way. The main reason was that when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai seemed ready to give up the position of army commander. As if as long as he rushed over, Yang Kai would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the position of army commander. However, when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to make a move. Hateful, absolutely hateful, and had of the great of soul, of serene soul, of serene soul, and of soul thought. Yang, serene soul power, the great emperors didn't even look at him. They just said that he was inferior. Hyoji refused to accept it. He brought the great emperor's order to the High Heaven Palace to issue a challenge. He never thought that he would end up in such a state. And now, Hyoji was even more unwilling to accept it. He felt that if he fought openly with Yang Kai, it would be hard to say who would win. However, Yang Kai was so treacherous. It was too unfair. Hyoji was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a deep sleep. This battle may have been dangerous for Hyoji, but to outsiders, it was only an instant. When Hyoji rushed over, Yang Kai met him head-on. Then the two of them passed each other and stood still. Because Hyoji was facing him, everyone could clearly see that the light in his eyes had faded. He stood there with empty eyes. Yang Kai slowly turned around, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, where Yang Kai was standing before, an afterimage gradually faded away. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Ling Tai-su frowned and said, "Nothing happened to him, right?" Although Hyoji's previous performance was not very likable, it was only because of his personality. He had no enmity with the High Heaven Palace. The other party was also the son of the great emperors. The High Heaven Palace really couldn't do anything to him. "Nothing, he just fell asleep," Yang Kai replied. Fell asleep. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Hyoji was only for a short moment, the divine sense fluctuations that burst out at the same time were extremely clear. Thinking about the whole process, how could anyone not know that the two of them fought at the divine sense level? But in the end, one was safe and sound, while the other was asleep. The one who was safe and sound was Yang Kai, while the one who fell asleep was Hyoji. If it was any other second-order Emperor Realm Master who encountered such a thing, everyone wouldn't be too surprised. But this person was the son of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, the leader of the younger generation who had been personally nurtured by the great emperors of the Serene Soul since childhood. How strong was Yang Kai's soul to be able to do this without batting an eyelid? They couldn't figure it out, and they didn't dare to think about it. But in any case, most of the people present had the same thoughts as Hyoji. Yang Kai had clearly shown mercy before, so why did he suddenly attack at the last moment? The only thing that was certain was that this was definitely related to Hua Qingxi's sound transmission. After all, it was because of Hua Qingxi's sound transmission that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly soared. They just had to ask Hua Qingxi later to find out. He will wake up in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Sister Hua, please take care of him for a while. And when he wakes up, let him understand his current situation. This is really interesting. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Palace Master, this subordinate will definitely let him understand. Yang Kai nodded and bowed to the crowd. I haven't returned for several years, and I still have many things to attend to. This junior will take his leave first. I will pay my respects to the elders later. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything. He spread his arms like an eagle's wings and gathered Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and Zhu Qing to his side. Like herding sheep, he walked towards the high heaven palace. What bullshit was there to be tied up with? It was obvious that he was going to be intimate with his wives. Seeing this, the group of elders couldn't help laughing and shaking their heads. Only Meng Wu was not very happy, pulling a long face as if the whole world owed him millions. Everything had happened so suddenly that Su Yan and the others were all a bit stunned. After regaining their composure, how could they not understand Kai Yang's intentions? But in broad daylight, with so many elders in front of them, each and every one of them blushed and were driven away by Kai Yang. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Jiying and the others. Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted this king to give you an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Zhou Cheng was originally hiding behind Jiying, but who knew that Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go? Hearing this, his body swayed and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Jiying had used his Emperor Qi to protect him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. However, being called out by Yang Kai, he could not respond. He lowered his head and said in fear and trepidation, "This show has misspoken. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang." When he saw Yang Kai transform into an evil demon and directly kill Li Kaishan, Zhou Cheng realized that Yang Kai was different from the rest of the Emperor realm. He really dared to kill and didn't care about reputation at all. Later, the great emperors passed down a decree to clear Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace's name. They also gave him the position of commander of the Jizi army. How could Zhou Cheng dare to be presumptuous again? Previously, he could talk nonsense because he was in a position to criticize Yang Kai's identity as an evil demon. Now that he no longer had this position, his previous accusations were all a joke. Yang Kai glanced at him. Seeing that Zhou Cheng had admitted defeat, he didn't say anything else. He used his demon qi to wrap his 5 wives and rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. Within the black clouds, Xiaoning Chang's cry of surprise could be heard. After he left, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, before Meng Wu left, he coldly snorted at Zhou Cheng and waved his sleeve. Jiying frowned and muttered to himself for a long time before he sighed. Zhou Cheng, go to the 7 Mist Sea. The High Heaven Palace has enough people. Last time, I heard from Army Commander Li that they needed more people. Zhou Cheng looked at Jiying and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He was obviously unwilling. Of course, he was unwilling. Although the 7 Mist Sea was considered safe, how could it compare to the High Heaven Palace, which was behind the star boundary? What's more, he had heard that the alchemists at the 7 Mist Sea would sometimes have to go to war with the army. Since they had to go to war, their lives might be in danger. However, before he could say anything, Jiying said, Yang Kai is a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have provoked him, how could he let you go so easily? Now that he has the position of GZ Army Commander, you will only end up being recruited by him if you stay here. Do you want to go to war with the GZ Army And kill the enemy? If you want, you can stay here. Zhou Cheng's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his hands. I will follow Grandmaster Ji's arrangements. Ji Ying nodded. Don't worry, the 7 Miss Sea is also very safe. After saying this, he led the group of alchemists and flew towards Medicine Pill Peak. An inexplicable sense of joy flashed through his heart. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person, and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just as alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Cheng really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou Cheng have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. He hasn't woken up yet? Hua Qingxi smiled. Palace Master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon. Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. Today's weather is really good. Hua Qingxi also said, yes, it's really good. Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GC Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. Chapter 36:25. Today's events could no longer be described as a double blessing. It was 3 blessings. If Hyoji was included, it would be 4 blessings. Thus, Hua Qingxi was in a particularly good mood. Sister Hua, what did you say to the palace master just now? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about this question. Everyone else was as well. It was just that she was the first to ask. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. 2 points. 2 points? Bian Yuqing frowned. Hua Qingxi chuckled. First, no matter who becomes the army commander of the GZ army, at least 20,000 disciples from the High Heaven Palace will join the GZ army. The palace master will be in charge of the army. It's better than handing the lives and futures of the disciples to others. The disciples will also be more willing to follow the palace master into battle. Bian Yuqing nodded. These words were correct. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to become the army commander of the GZ army. However, the recruitment of personnel and the preparation of resources had to be handled by the palace master himself. The High Heaven Palace had also accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Just in terms of personnel, the palace master would have at least 20,000 disciples joining the GZ army. This was the only way to support the general framework of the army. Rather than letting these 20,000 disciples follow the orders of others, it was naturally better to let Yang Kai control them. If they really went to the battlefield and fought against the demon race, even if the High Heaven Palace disciples weren't given special treatment, Yang Kai could at least treat them equally. It could be said that the first point that Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai had said was enough to make him value the position of the GZ Army's army commander. He was indeed not interested in this position and didn't want to be ordered around. However, not being interested was one thing, and assessing the situation was another. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had a second reason to persuade him. What's the second point? Bian Yuqing asked again. The second point is that if we win against the Yao family, according to him, his life will belong to the palace master. As the son of the great emperors, I don't think he'd go back on his word. Since even his life belongs to the Asgard master, then it's only natural that the Asgard master would do something for him, for example, taking charge of the GZ army. Bien Yuqing revealed a look of understanding. She knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Hyoji had spoken in front of everyone, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. His life belonged to Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai asked him to do something, he definitely wouldn't refuse. If Yang Kai wasn't willing or liked the position of army commander, it didn't matter. He could just let Hyoji take charge. All the affairs of the army commander would be handed over to him. Yang Kai only needed to stand behind the scenes and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't waste his time and wouldn't interfere with his normal life. It was precisely because Hua Qingxi mentioned these 2 points that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. He felt that Hua Qingxi was right. The GZ army should be under his control. It would be even more profitable to get an army commander to work for him. Bien Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. This person from the Yao family tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Hua Qingxi said, I can only say that he underestimated the palace master. If Hyoji could hear this evaluation, who knew how he would feel? How dare he underestimate Yang Kai? He was the son of the great emperors. It wasn't wrong for him to think highly of himself. It wasn't wrong for him to treat others with arrogance because he had the ability to do so. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bien Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment, of personnel, or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and Wen Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%, Wen Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bien Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more. He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. almost without hesitation. His emperor chi surged out and turned into a protective force that lingered around him. At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him out of thin air and fluttered around his body. The mirror was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was a top-grade defensive emperor artifact. He seemed to be still immersed in the moment when he fought with Yang Kai, and did not recover. As soon as he woke up, he went all out and put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else. Only two women were standing not far away looking at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyoji frowned, and finally remembered what happened before he fell asleep. For a moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, his back was dripping with cold sweat. His expression was ugly because he had realized that he had lost. He had lost completely. Cold sweat because in the situation just now, if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he was afraid that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Even though he was sure that Yang Kai would not kill him, he still felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his emperor chi and his protective mirror. He stared at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He did not care about the others. He only asked about Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and bowed. "High Heaven Palace's chief, Hua Qingxi greets Army Commander Yao." "What Army Commander Yao? What did you say?" Even in the face of such a delicate beauty like Hua Qingxi, Hyoji's face was cold and indifferent, as if she was nothing in his eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "Army Commander Yao, have you forgotten? Just now when you challenged my palace master, he had set some stakes." Hyoji's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I did set a stake with that traitor. Now that I have lost, if he wants my life, I will give it to him." He still felt that Yang Kai had underestimated his opponent and deliberately made him lower his guard, then suddenly used the divine technique. If such a treacherous person was not a traitor, then what was he? But it was undeniable that Yang Kai's attainments in soul cultivation were indeed strong. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she replied, "My palace master has already said that he won't take Yao Zhongjun's life. However, since we have already made a bet, we can't go back on it now. Otherwise, if news of this matter spreads, it will only tarnish the reputation of our serene soul palace. However, if we just let it go like this, it will only make Yao Zhongjun feel like he has been underestimated. This is truly a headache." Saying so, she slowly shook her head, causing her fine black hair to flutter in the wind. Hyoji snorted coldly. "He won't take my life, but he wants a stake. Just say it. What does he want?" Hua Qingxi said, "What does he want? What's more, although my High Heaven Palace is not comparable to the great emperor's sex, we still have a strong foundation. Most of the things that exist in this world can be obtained by the High Heaven Palace. So, my palace master doesn't want anything from Army Commander Yao. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't explain yourself, I will leave." Hyoji couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Qingxi. After all, it was Yang Kai who didn't want the stake, not him, so there was no pressure to leave. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Palace Master said that he wants you to take charge of the GZ army, and that you can do whatever you want in the army." When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Qingxi smiled faintly at him. "Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army. He wants me to work under him?" Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly, below one person and above millions. Hua Qingxi looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wu he had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Qingxi didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Qingxi in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 36:26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Qingxi with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With army commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future." Hua Qingxi smiled sweetly and bowed. Humph! Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time, he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task, but fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. "Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back?" Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi's smile was a bit forced. "I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him." Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji, from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Qingxi said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Qingxi turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Ling Shao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. "I don't know if there's enough time." "What do you mean by enough time?" Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Qingxi's face turned even redder as she whispered, "Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now—" Ooh, Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Hua Qingxi's expression became solemn. "But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ Army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King Realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days. Okay, Bien Yuqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding with each other, so they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territory's branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bien Yuqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territory's branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the Jizi army had been established and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hung Luo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King realm, and many Dao Source realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shan Qing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shui Yu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other four women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling, as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shan Qing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shan Qing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Damn it, how can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? She just slowly shook her head. Shan Qing Luo propped herself up, knelt on the bed, and crawled towards the battlefield, her fine black hair scattered around her waist and buttocks. Along with the graceful curves of her body, she moved in a breathtaking arc, adding a different kind of allure. In the midst of the battle, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Shan Qing Luo raised her eyes and smiled at him charmingly. Then she came behind Zhu Qing, reached out her hands, and hugged her, her slender jade fingers gently wandering over Zhu Qing's silky smooth body. Zhu Qing quivered, as if she had been greatly frightened, reluctantly turning her head. She saw Shan Qing Luo giving her a wicked smile, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips, and then leaning over to press her chest and abdomen. Zhu Qing was terrified. She had always been strong in front of Shan Qing Luo, but at this moment, she actually revealed a trace of pleading. How could Shan Qingluo pay attention to her? She had long been displeased with this dragon girl and had suffered losses at her hands several times. Unfortunately, her strength was inferior, and she could not retaliate even if she wanted to. If she did not take revenge now, when would she? The low moans suddenly changed and became louder. At first, it sounded like she was crying, but in fact, that was not the case. The atmosphere in the room became even more decadent. To the side, Xia Ningchang, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Su Yan reached out and covered her eyes. After a few moments of lingering passion, flowers bloomed several times. Day and night were unknown, and the room seemed to have become another world. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. At his level of strength, unless he was severely injured, he didn't need to sleep at all. But when he returned home and was surrounded by his wives, he felt at ease and fell asleep without knowing why. His left hand was holding Xianing Chang, his right hand was holding Su Yan. Shan Qingluo directly lay on his body, the fragrance of her hair lingering at the tip of his nose. There was also 2 heads on his thighs. There was no need to look, it was definitely Shuiyu and Zhu Qing. It was just that he did not know who was on the left and who was on the right. Shan Qingluo's eyelashes trembled a few times. Then she slowly opened her eyes, directly facing Yang Kai's pair of bright eyes. Smiling slightly, the beguiling demon queen said, "You're awake?" Yang Kai nodded. Satisfied? Yang Kai shook his head. How could he be satisfied with a husband and wife? He would never be satisfied in this lifetime. These few beautiful faces, these few tender bodies, he would never be satisfied. Shan Qingluo laughed. "My sisters won't be able to hold on much longer." Saying so, she leaned over and kissed Yang Kai lightly on the lips, but it was just a light touch. Supporting herself with both hands on Yang Kai's chest, she stood up, but for some reason, her brow suddenly furrowed, revealing a pained expression. Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. Shan Qingluo glared at him. After climbing up with great difficulty, Shan Qingluo knelt on the bed and looked at the other women, sighing, "Why are you still pretending? It's not your first time. Hurry up and get up." None of them were ordinary people, although her movement of getting up and her voice was soft. How could it not alarm the others? It's just that the other 4 women were sleeping soundly. None of them had opened their eyes. When they were acting presumptuously, they didn't feel anything, but after calming down, they felt awkward. Basically, this was the case every time. So Shan Qingluo was already used to it. Originally, the situation was a little better. After all, the 4 sisters had been together for a long time, so after getting familiar with each other, they didn't care so much. But the key point was that this time there was Zhu Qing. After Shan Qingluo finished speaking, seeing that the 4 women still didn't respond, she couldn't help but sneer, raising her hand and slapping Xia Ningchang's, but making it ripple like water. "Ningchang, if you don't get up, your husband won't be able to hold back. Can you take it when the time comes?" Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes, not because she was frightened by Shan Qingluo's words, but because Yang Kai's large hands really were roaming around her body. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang showed an apologetic smile to Yang Kai, then gently kissed Yang Kai on the cheek, breaking free from his embrace and shrinking to the corner of the bed to get up. "Big sister, Shuiyu, and that's so..." Shan Qingluo called out one by one. One by one, they all got up with red faces, and for a time, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of clothes being put on. It was another scene of stunning beauty. Yang Kai laughed as he laid on the bed, his eyes looking from one to the other, his heart filled with joy. After putting on their clothes, the women combed each other's hair, and when they were all dressed, they looked back, only to see Yang Kai leisurely lying on the bed. Su Yan helplessly sighed. "Let's do it." The 5 women split into 2 sides, helping Yang Kai get up and get dressed. Chapter 36:27. In the conference hall of the High Heaven Palace, Hyoji sat on a chair with an ashen face. Hua Qingxi sat across a table with a smile on her face. There were several jade slips on the table. These jade slips recorded the names, genders, cultivation levels, and other detailed information of the 20,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Hua Qingxi signaled outside with her eyes, and a maidservant immediately came forward to serve tea. This was the umpteenth time. Army Commander Yao, have some more tea. The palace master will be here soon. Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile. Hyoji turned his head and glanced at her coldly. 4 days ago, you said the same thing. It was no wonder that Hyoji's expression turned ugly. 3 days later, he returned to the High Heaven Palace on time to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving him wasn't Yang Kai, but Hua Qingxi. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small matter. Hyoji wasn't happy, but he didn't care too much. However, he waited here for 4 days. For 4 whole days, there was still no sign of Yang Kai. Hyoji's patience was almost worn out. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had in the High Heaven Palace. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi accompanying him with a respectful attitude, Hyoji would have suspected that Yang Kai was playing with him. Hua Qingxi felt awkward. She could guess what Yang Kai was doing at this moment, but she couldn't tell outsiders. Moreover, she couldn't disturb Yang Kai at this time. She felt very depressed. Her palace master was good at everything, but he was a bit too indulgent when it came to the matters between men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would run amok with his wives for a few days. Previously, she felt that Hyoji's 3-day agreement wasn't enough time. Now, it seemed that it really wasn't enough. However, it wasn't easy to recruit Hyoji into the GZ army. She couldn't just let him go like this. If he really left, it would be Yang Kai's loss, and also the GZ army's loss. Yang Kai was used to being a hands-off boss, but as the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, she had to worry about this. Why don't we take a look at the information of these disciples? When the GZ army is really established, wouldn't Yao Zhongjun have an idea of who will hold what position? Hyoji said coldly, there's no need to look. I've already memorized the information of a cultivator above the Dao source realm. Then Hua Qingxi felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to stall for time. Originally, she had delayed Yang Kai for 4 days, which was already the limit. In her opinion, if Yang Kai still didn't appear in half a day, Hyoji might really leave. Sure enough, Hyoji snorted, I'll wait at most for 4 more hours. After 4 hours, if Yang Kai doesn't appear in front of me, the previous bet will be cancelled. After saying that, he chuckled. It's not that I, Hyoji, didn't keep my word. It's that traitor who doesn't put me in his eyes. With his background and strength, no matter which corps he went to, any corps commander would welcome him with open arms, but after coming to Yang Kai's place, he had sat here for 4 days without even seeing his face. He didn't want to work under Yang Kai, but because of the reputation of the Serene Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Great Emperors, he reluctantly agreed. Now that he had found an excuse, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Traitor? Where did this traitor come from? A voice suddenly sounded. Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and turned her head to look outside the hall. When the voice first spoke, it was clearly still a few dozen kilometers away, but by the time the last word fell, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. His steps were majestic, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been in a good mood these past few days. Bian Yuqing came with him. These days, Bian Yuqing had been waiting outside Ling Shao Peak, waiting for Yang Kai to finish, and immediately reporting to him about Hyoji's situation. So, although Yang Kai had just walked out of Ling Shao Peak, he already had some understanding of the situation here. Yao Jun was in charge of the army. Not bad. When Hua Qingxi was in charge, he could always be at ease. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi got up and bowed. She was obviously relieved, and her anxious heart was finally put down. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so courteous. He only looked at Hyoji. Hyoji ignored him and only gave a cold snort, showing no intention of standing up. Yang Kai was magnanimous and didn't bicker with him. He walked to the seat of honor, swung his robes back, and sat down. The maidservant served tea and respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then his eyebrows jumped, and he revealed a surprised expression before he began to drink. Hua Qingxi opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but Yang Kai signaled her with his eyes, and she closed her mouth. Yang Kai didn't speak, and Hyoji also remained silent. In the entire hall, only the sound of Yang Kai drinking tea could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Hyoji coldly looked at Yang Kai for a long time and said, "Palace Master Yang, great chief steward." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi and played with the teacup in his hand. "What is this tea? Is Palace Master not used to it?" Hua Qingxi didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but since he asked, she could only answer, "It's okay. Where did you buy this tea?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "We didn't buy them. They were planted by our High Firmament Palace. There are a few acres of variant tea trees on Jade Peak, and they were probably planted by someone from Seeking Passion Sect. Madame Ning Chong was very fond of them when she saw them, so she personally took care of these variant tea trees. The tea leaves collected were refined by her." "Did Ning Chong plant them?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and said, "Yes, Madam said they could be used to entertain guests." "Entertain what guests?" Yang Kai felt distressed. "Send the rest of the tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. In the future, use other tea leaves to entertain guests." As he spoke, he glanced at the teacup in front of Hyoji and calculated in his heart how many cups of tea he had drunk. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the muscles on his face twisted slightly. "Yes," Hua Qingxi bowed her head and responded. Hyoji was furious. He had come here and waited for Yang Kai for 4 days before seeing him, and now he couldn't even bear to let him have a sip of tea? In anger, he picked up the teacup and drank it all, putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud. Hyoji spoke for the second time. "Palace Master Yang." "That's right. In the years that I wasn't here, did anything big happen in the palace?" Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master, "After you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world, and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "That's good. Palace Master Yang." Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. "Yang Kai," Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that towering palace has done wrong in our hospitality?" He turned his head and said to Hua Qingxi, "Head chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now. You've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yong Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Yong Kai, 7 days ago we had a bet, and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army, and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days, and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile. Yong Kai asked curiously, Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army? Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Hua Qingxi. He thought that Hua Qingxi had made the decision on her own without informing Yong Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, Did you not know about this? Yong Kai smiled. The head chief reported this to me. So how could I not know? Hyoji was furious. If you already know, then why ask? Yong Kai pointed at his own nose. Then does Brother Yao know what my current position is? Hyoji said coldly, The great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yong Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the Seven Mist Sea and spread to all the armies. Yong Kai nodded. You will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army. As he spoke, the smile on Yong Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, Since you know these two things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits? Hua Qingxi, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yong Kai had always ignored Hyoji and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yong Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yong Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, If I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you. Yong Kai shook his head. No one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you. Chapter 36:28. As soon as he said this, Hyoji's eyelids twitched. His emperor's chi surged, creating a gale that swept through the hall. His entire aura became extremely dangerous. He was truly furious. He couldn't help but feel like he had been snubbed. Hua Qingxi had said before that it was Yong Kai who wanted him to become the commander of the GZ army. He had reluctantly agreed and came to the High Heaven Palace to discuss the army's plans with Yong Kai. However, he didn't expect to receive such a response. Return to where he came from? Where else could he go? He was originally the deputy commander of another army. He had spent a few days resigning from this position after returning to the Seven Mist Sea and handing over various tasks to the new commander. Now, the entire Seven Mist Sea knew that he was going to become the commander of the GZ army. Many people congratulated him for this. Although the deputy commander's authority wasn't small, how could it compare to the commander, who had millions of people under him? This was already a promotion. At this time, Yong Kai actually told him to return to where he came from. If he really went back, and someone asked, would he have to tell them that he was chased away by the commander of the GZ army? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul couldn't afford to lose face like this. If Hyoji still had a choice 7 days ago, then he had no way out now. It wasn't that he had blocked his path of retreat, but that he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an attitude. He was clearly desperate for talent before, but now he was abandoning him like a worn-out shoe. Was this still a fucking human? Hyoji felt like he had been played. However, his path of retreat was cut off. No matter how angry Hyoji was, he didn't immediately explode. He only asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Kai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "It's not me who wants to do anything. It's Brother Yao who needs to recognize his position and identity." Hyoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As he inhaled and exhaled, the air in the hall became restless. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were secretly on edge. They were afraid that the two of them would fight again. They weren't worried that Yang Kai would suffer any losses. But if they really did, the GZ army would completely miss out on Hyoji. Fortunately, although Yao Si was arrogant and unruly, his temperament and cultivation were quite good. He knew when to be angry and when to endure, so there was no need for others to teach him. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai, tilted his head to the side, and quickly said, "Yao Si greets her corps commander." That was truly an accusation that was filled with blood and tears as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with grief and indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai laughed loudly and suddenly appeared in front of Hyoji. He grabbed his arm and warmly said, "Yao Zhangjun is too polite, too polite. In the future, we will all be one family. We should support each other and take care of each other. There's no need to be so polite." His attitude suddenly underwent a huge change. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that Yang Kai and Hyoji had a very good relationship. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. At this point, she finally understood Yang Kai's intentions. Palace Master had emphasized his position and identity twice, all for the sake of this title of army commander. After all, after seeing Yang Kai today, Hyoji kept calling him Palace Master Yang. Under normal circumstances, this kind of address wouldn't have mattered, but it couldn't be done now. Yang Kai was the GZ Army's army commander, while Hyoji was the GZ Army's commander. This was the relationship between superior and subordinate. Military law was majestic, and military orders were like mountains. No matter what, Hyoji had to call Yang Kai master. This was the only way to prove that Hyoji saw himself as a member of the GZ army. He clearly understood his position and identity, and not the high and mighty son of great emperors. This was why Yang Kai's attitude changed. Hyoji's face twitched as his arm was held by Yang Kai. His eyes were spitting fire. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He said to Hua Qingxi, "Come, bring some wine. Today, Commander Yao is the GZ Army's new position. This army commander wants to drink with Commander Yao to our heart's content." Before Hua Qingxi could respond, Hyoji shouted, "Let's see who dares to bring wine." How could he be in the mood to drink with his stomach full of anger? Even if he wanted to drink, he couldn't drink with Yang Kai. Hyoji was willing to call Yang Kai master because of the great emperor's orders. However, even the army commander couldn't interfere with his personal matters. Hua Qingxi was about to go get the wine, but now that she heard this, she found it difficult to do so. She could only look at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled. "If Commander Yao doesn't want to drink, then we won't drink. Let's sit down and talk. In the future, the army will rely on Commander Yao for many things. Although you and I have known each other for a long time, we aren't familiar with each other yet. Just nice." "Sir," Hyoji shook off his hand and said with a cold expression, "I didn't come here to drink with you. Secondly, I didn't come here to chat with you. If Master wants to drink and chat, it's better for you to go to someone else. I don't have time to accompany you." When he first called Commander Master, his expression was difficult, and he was obviously reluctant. However, after that, it was much smoother. Yang Kai was shaken off by him. He coughed lightly and nodded with a serious expression. The great emperors ordered me to create and prepare the Jizi army. Although it's great kindness, it's also a burden and responsibility for me. The great emperor's expectations are deeply felt by me, and I don't dare to disappoint them. Today, with the help of Commander Yao, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The war in the Western Territory is anxious, and time waits for no one. Since Commander Yao is here today, let's discuss in detail the formation of the army. Hyoji's eyes twitched, but he saw that Yang Kai had already sat down. Taking a deep breath, Hyoji suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down as well. Hua Qingxi quietly ordered a maid to serve new tea, but it was not the same tea as before. The chief steward carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. Since he said that he was to send the tea leaves to Ling Shao Peak, he naturally had to do it. Master, I know that you've been in the demon territory for the past few years and know very little about the matters of the star boundary. May I ask, Master, do you know about the structure of the army? Hyoji did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. When it came to business, Yang Kai's expression became much more serious. I know a thing or two. Here in the star boundary, we imitate the demon territory and set up 54 legions. Each legion has a legion commander and 10 towns under their jurisdiction. Each town has 10 people. Each camp 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 has 10 guards. Each guard has 10 teams. Each layer has a clear hierarchy. Seeing that he was not completely ignorant, Hyoji nodded lightly and said, Yang Gong, Master is right. This is the basic structure of each legion. As for the specific details, there may be some differences between each legion, but in general, there is not much difference. Then, Master, do you know who can hold the position of head town and camp commander? Yang Kai smiled and said, Isn't it based on cultivation? Hyoji said, In the early stages, it depends on cultivation. In the later stages, it depends on battle achievements. Battle achievements. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hyoji nodded and said, With enough battle achievements, soldiers will be promoted to generals, and generals will be promoted to commanders. If they are mediocre, it is not strange for commanders to be demoted and generals to be demoted. After saying this, he had a proud look on his face. Yang Kai did not quite understand why he was so proud at first, but soon realized and said with a smile, I heard that Yao Zhongjun was previously a vice legion commander in a certain legion. I am very curious, what position did Yao Zhongjun hold when he first joined? Vice legion commander. As if he was tickled by Yang Kai, Hyoji's expression became even more arrogant, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a second-order emperor, realm master, and the son of great emperors, so it was reasonable for him to be a vice legion commander after joining the army. What's more, his battle achievements over the past few years had been outstanding, and he had been promoted from vice legion commander to general and then to vice legion commander. It could be said that he had been promoted step by step. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. In any case, words of praise were not cheap, and since Hyoji liked to hear it, he could just say more. Hyoji did not linger on this topic any longer, and his expression became solemn again. But Master is right. At the beginning of the army's establishment, no one has any battle achievements. So it is true that positions are appointed based on cultivation. However, the position of camp commander must be held by someone from the emperor realm, and the higher the cultivation, the better. The position of martial guard must be at least a Dao source realm cultivator. As for captain, the requirements can be lowered. A third-order origin king should be enough. Yang Kai nodded and said, Army Commander Yao has experience in this matter, so I will listen to Army Commander Yao. Hyoji felt much better after hearing him say this. He glanced at him and said, But here's the problem. Our GZ army doesn't have enough people to hold the positions of camp commander and vice legion commander. Yang Kai raised his brow. That is to say, we don't have many people from the Emperor realm. Yes, in High Heaven Palace, including Master, there are 14 people from the Emperor realm, but 13 of them are First-Order Emperors. With such cultivation, they can only hold the position of camp commander, and it is impossible for them to be promoted further. 14 people? Which 14? Yang Kai asked curiously. He did not know that there were 14 people from the Emperor realm in High Heaven Palace. Hyoji opened his mouth and said, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Hua Qing Si, Bian Yu Qing Guizu, Ai O, Chiyu, Chai Hu Gutsang Yun, Yi Hen, Wan Bai Ting, Southern Gate Army, and Ho Yu. These 13 people, together with Master, make up 14 people. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si, and Hua Qing Si gently nodded, indicating that Hyoji was right. Hyoji could understand this because Hua Qing Si had sorted out the information beforehand. There are 14 people from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai chuckled. Among them, Yi Hen was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, and also Yi Jinghan's father. He had advanced to the Emperor realm a few years ago, and Su Yan had also made a breakthrough in the past few years. Wan Bai Ting was Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect in the ancestral territory. Her aptitude was not bad, and when Yang Kai brought her over from the ancestral territory, she was already in the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, due to the restrictions of the world principles, she was unable to break through. After coming to the High Heaven Palace, it was natural for her to advance. There are only 12 people. Hyoji could not bear to see Yang Kai's smug expression and immediately said that Southern Gate Army and Hoyu are not included. These two people are not allowed to enter the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. An Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master were both extraordinary talents. Who would be willing to let them enter the battlefield to fight the demon race? Chapter 36:29. 12 people? Good, good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander. Hyoji sneered. Could it be that Master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it, so the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled. Also, under the camp commander, there are still martial guards. Then, the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Zhengqing, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was just a part of the Bingchen army. The Bingchen army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order, so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way, but if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned, I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato, and the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many second or third order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally, they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this? I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, Poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, It's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army, but how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled. Having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, How about this? Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, That's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. Master! Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. Army Commander Yao, please calm down. Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, This should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao. She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xia Wuwei, Yingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Du Mi Qi Lian, Fu Ling, Li Jiao, Mi Qi. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, He instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xie Wuwei, Ingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Du Mi-er, and Qi Lian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now, these monster kings were all under the command of the 3 saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Wanfeng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fu Ling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jia army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible, fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jia army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. These 2 were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the 2 of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jia army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many third-grade emperor realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jia army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jia army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhongjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the 7 Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the 7 Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly, so why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jia army. While Yao Zhongjun was running around the 7 Mist Sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju. After spending a few days with his parents, the 2 of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Xiao and Qiongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Xiao would run away with Qiongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yen didn't feel at ease, and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now, there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Even with Qiongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside. Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Xiao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year, but he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 3630. Yang Xiao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end, he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yan, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Xiao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb. But Fu Dun was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Yang Xiao to the extreme and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her. Otherwise, she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Xiao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yan and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse, Eastern Territory, Ancients' wild, ancient lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The wild, ancient lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Wanfeng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the wild, ancient lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the wild, ancient lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move and had extracted its divine spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk. Seemingly sleeping, Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose, and a sharp mouth like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you?" Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle and saw you killing everywhere. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Goo goo. What race are you from? Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then. And this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master." No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, "I'm following my king's orders to guard the Blood Door." "Oh, right. My king said that this was an order from the Holy Masters." "You're the only one here?" "Just me, Goo Goo." Yang Kai glanced at his lower body. "How did you get injured?" The monster general replied proudly, "I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him, and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life. Heh, a leg in exchange for his life. It wasn't a loss at all." This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, my king asked me to come back and guard the blood door, so this lowly one came back. Ooh. Yang Kai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder. Good job. The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do, but the matter of the blood door is also very important. Guard this place well, and if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the holy senior. Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere." The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. "All right, I'm just here to take a look." Yang Kai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. "This lowly one will see you off, master." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yang Kai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of Monster Beast's monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th Order Monster Beast monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yang Kai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yang Kai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yang Kai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu Fa2 had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yang Kai came here to send the great emperors off and apologize to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him, but when Yang Kai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the great emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the great emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended midair, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure, and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shui Jingmao, and Xiao Yuyang, the three great elders had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Tao, Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the five-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic qi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic qi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all, and was repelled by the five-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the five-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic qi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong, Great Elder. What happened? Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave. Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan. Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly. Yes, Yang Kai angrily said. Why didn't you stop her? The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Ming Yu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Ming Yu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Ming Yu were gone, Lan Sun, as the only descendant of Ming Yu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Sun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower, but she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda, not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master? Even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Sun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Sun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Sun knelt for several days motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Qin followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Sun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Sun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's Bright Moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Sun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save Junior Sister. Please save Junior Sister. Xiao Chun, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yuyang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him. Xiao Chun, at this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Sun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded. "I'll do my best." Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, "Is there really no one who can go in?" Lei Hong slowly shook his head. "No one can. Will the great emperors know about this?" Now that there was a space crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, "Half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea." Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The iron-blood great emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the Universe Tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. "Master, the Universe Tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Sun was still inside, if the Universe Tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Sun would die of old age inside." Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wuhen kept staring at the Universe Tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wuhen looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Why are you standing here?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors, and happened to see this." Zhan Wuhen smacked his lips. "I'm asking, why are you still standing here?" Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. "Get in," Zhan Wuhen said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said." He wanted to explain to Zhan Wuhen, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, "Too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the Universe Tower as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace Masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wuhen to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind. The great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the Universe Tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the Universe Tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace Masters from the Emperor Realm were stunned. Lan Sun had entered the Universe Tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Sun or persuade her to return, but Lan Sun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire Universe Tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Sun. But at this moment, after Zhan Wuhen threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the Universe Tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhan Wuhen in surprise. With Zhan Wuhen's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wuhen seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in. Don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and grinned. "This king means that even I can't enter." "Huh?" Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhan Wuhen, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhan Wuhen changed the topic, but that will inevitably damage the Universe Tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months. A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the Universe Tower. So why did Palace Master Yang? What do you think? Zhan Wuhen smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the will of the great emperors Mingyu. The Universe Tower was refined by the great emperors Mingyu, so no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperors Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the Universe Tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhan Wuhen saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the Universe Tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So, Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the Universe Tower?" "Did I say that?" Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. "He can go in, but the Universe Tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun." "Then what should we do?" Lei Hong, Xiao Yuyang, and the others' faces changed. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhan Wuhen said solemnly, "Anyway, as long as the Universe Tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. "But what if the Universe Tower leaves before that?" Zhan Wuhen smiled. "If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique. So are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it." Chapter 36-32. 100 years. 1,000 years. Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either, but if it was 1,000 years, or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way!" Zhan Wuhen waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their Emperor Qi and retreated. The five-colored light on the Universal Tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the Universal Tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War Flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhang Wuhen's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War Flag meant that Zhang Wuhen had gone all out, which showed how magical the Universal Tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhang Wuhen had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the Universal Tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the Universal Tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire Universal Tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhang Wuhen stood in front of the Universal Tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qianquan Pagoda by Zhang Wuhen. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths, but who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react? Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground, there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the five elements in this world, fire. Yang Kai couldn't feel the existence of the other four elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and two horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange, but majestic. Qilin, the ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yang Kai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than one Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Bei Liemo and Yuruming had forced Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye to him so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and one Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yang Kai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yang Kai's expression became strange. If there was only one Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yin Yang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it. The phoenix race couldn't do it. No sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand and slashed at the fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill it in one move, but for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yang Kai's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding fire Qilins pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these fire Qilins weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yang Kai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world, so naturally he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic warhammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic warhammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic warhammer. The strength of a half-saint was released, and the fire Qilins that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Baya and Bai Shui didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The 2 half-saint obeyed and started killing, with 3 half-saint protecting him. No matter how many fire Qilins there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire Qilin that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Baya exclaimed, "Brother Bai Shui, something's wrong." Bai Shui nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire Qilins with 3 half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire Qilins in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire Qilins they killed, they would still pounce on them. The 2 half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire Qilin, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. What the hell is this place? Bai Shui smiled bitterly. The fire Qilins weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire cheelants was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained, the Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire cheelants, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. Brother Baizhua, come with me. Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Baizhua immediately followed after hearing this. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Baizhua solemnly said, Brother Yang, be careful. Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Baizhua still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg, a Baifeng. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire cheelants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Baizhua were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first Inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of Inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Baizhua rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic chi rolled, and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of Baifangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword chi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of Baifangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these Baifangs were like the fire cheelants. They were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Baizhua protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Baizhua charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless Baifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Baizhua saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Baya, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic warhammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire cheelants chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of Baifangs. The fire cheelants stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire cheelants were in charge of the ground, while the Baifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and Baifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Baizhua. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Baya. After a while, the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Baya and Bai Shua nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Bai Fong was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again. And this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Bai Zhua and Baya, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saint did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory, and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward, his hands formed into knives and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the three half-saint, "Let's go!" This damned place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Baya and Bai Zhui used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames from the small world. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Bai Zhuo saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world. Bai Zhuo looked at him in shock. "Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape?" "It should be." Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Bai Zhuo and Boya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of. And if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now, or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger as soon as he came and made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Ming Yu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-saint realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the Universe Tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire Universe Tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yong-kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Bai Ye and Bai Shuo were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yong-kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the universe pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yong-kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, while searching, Yong-kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yong-kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yong-kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yong-kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yong-kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yong-kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yong-kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yong-kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yong-kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yong-kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yong-kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yong-kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the 2 people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yong-kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3-half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yong Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yong Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiao Qin did before. Although Yong Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear, and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different, and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yong Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yong Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yong Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yong Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yong Kai. Then she looked ahead, then she looked back at Yong Kai. Yong Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yong Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yong Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yong Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yong Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yong Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here, Yong Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yong Kai. Yong Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled. Thank you. It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yong entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yong Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yong Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yong Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yong Kai too much. Soon, His gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun, she really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm. Only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent. But only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qinquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order emperor, realm master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu, Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red. Even though this was just a remnant soul, Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. FA2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperor's Mingyu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master, Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite. Get up. Chapter 30, 635. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again. Mingyu smiled slightly. Sun Er really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled. Sun Er is my child. How could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the Universe Tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the Universe Tower. Mingyu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the Universe Tower. Inside the Universe Tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier. So everything in the Universe Tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the 5-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Er broke into this place to refine the Universe Tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Er, and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off, and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the Universe Tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the Universe Tower? Mingyu didn't answer, but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this Universe Pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer. 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, the Qianquan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked, curiously, how can it be missing one? Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World. He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing, but now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Ming, you must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled. You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said, seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Mingyu shook her head and said, you won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qianquan Tower once or complete the Qianquan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis. But if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, you have to rely on yourself. Rely on myself? Yang Kai was suspicious. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realms? Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers. So, the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe, but who knew that after entering this Universe Tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions Dream World from here, causing the Universe Tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation. So Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the Sealed World bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original Sealed World bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. Can you do it? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously, not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself. Even if he didn't, for the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. Master, do you think this can be used? Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. So, you were prepared. Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested. There were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wu-yi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but He never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside, so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years. No one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, "Can you use it?" Naturally, Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wu-yi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wu-yi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wu-yi. "Yes," Yang Kai replied. "I just obtained it a few days ago." "That's really a coincidence." Mingyu smiled and nodded. "This will save us a lot of time. All right, you can leave the valley. You can't intervene in the matters here." "Master." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. "Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries, heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master." Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time, so Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 30, 636. Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhan Wuhan had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperor's personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood war flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the great emperors were here, and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhan Wuhen couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the great emperors left, and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhan Wuhen about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhan Wuhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhan Wuhen didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag, suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light and rushed into Zhan Wuhen's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised, but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time, and was completely resistant to Zhan Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai will not disappoint you. If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda. But what about Lan Sun?" Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "What about Her Highness?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it?" Xiao Yuyong frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Junior Sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him. And after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time. So her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the Universe Pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the Universe Pagoda. Now that the Universe Pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhang Wuhen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperor said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yan were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the Small Sealed World. As long as the matter of the Small Sealed World's territory was not resolved, the Sealed World bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the demon territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the demon territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms. So the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shui Ting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation. So, when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shui Ting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principle surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic qi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the demon path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the demon path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the demon path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic qi. In battle, their demonic qi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered, who were eroded by demonic qi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor realm was similar to that of Murong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Murong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor realm was very vicious. When fighting with Murong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Murong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Murong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor realm from the demon path had found a flaw and rushed towards Murong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic qi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Murong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Murong Xiao Xiao. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Murong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Qi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Murong Xiao Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand, holding the sword, was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Murong Xiao Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples, and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Murong Xiao Xiao's cultivation. Even Murong Xiao Xiao understood this. So how could the Emperor, realm master of the demon heavenly path, not understand it, seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her. He cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Mo Tian Dao's, the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. "You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Murong Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Mo Tian Dao's, the Emperor Realm, seemed to have seen through Murong Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant, seeing that Murong Xiao was about to die. How could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers, it was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed. The sword flowers were shattered. The hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Murong Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Murong Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the chi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Murong Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, two millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic chi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Murong Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. Two groups of people, two different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yong Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yong Kai was, the Emperor realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yong Kai with vigilance and fear. Yong Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen, the Emperor realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor realm was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yong Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yong Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him? Morong Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Yong Kai? Brother Yong?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yong Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yong Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yong Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yong Kai would save her life at the most critical moment, having his identity exposed by Morong Xiao Xiao. Yong Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Morong Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yong Kai, her face was flushed with excitement. But the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yong Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yong Kai? You are Yong Kai?" The Demon Sky Path's, the Emperor realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yong Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperor's, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Path's, the Emperor realm, had seen Yong Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Morong Xiao Xiao, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Path's territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yong Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yong Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yong Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Morong Xiao Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Sky Path's, the Emperor realm, had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, A binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the demon sky paths, the Emperor realm's vision blurred, and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken, looking at the young man's face close at hand. The demon sky paths, the Emperor realm's face, turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of demon sky paths people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them. But how could they? They were not in good condition. All of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the Demon Sky Path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bough suddenly appeared in her hand. The bough's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin, but when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 30, 638. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body, and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm, who was being strangled by Yang Kai, also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Bo Ya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the Demon Heavenly Way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feathered Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Bo Ya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Morong Xiao Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yong-kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Bo Yu was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yong-kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. Little White, long time no see. Yong-kai smiled at him. Xiao Bai-yi, like Morong Xiao Xiao and Xia Sheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor Realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xia Sheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Bai-yi and Morong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Bai-yi, but Yong-kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Bai-yi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yong-kai. Xiao Bai-yi frowned, looked at Yong-kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yong-kai's head. Yong-kai chuckled, stretched out two fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yong-kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Bai-yi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Bai-yi was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Bai-yi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked, "Cut the crap." Yong-kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yong who saved me." Murong Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Bai-yi realized that he had made a mistake after taking action because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yong-kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yong-kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yong-kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yong-kai here, and Murong Xiao Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yong-kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Bai-yi took the token and looked at it, only to see the two words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. But when did the Star Boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Bai frowned and asked. Half a month ago. Xiao Bai was relieved and gently nodded. For the past month, Junior Sister and I have been outside. It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them. Otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Tao Source realm and entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now he, Morong Xiao Xiao, and Xia Sheng were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third-Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Bai could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, 2 elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Bai said, "We are investigating the demon Heavenly Way." The Star Boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the Star Boundary's enemy on the surface, then the demon Heavenly Way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the demon Heavenly Way, countless people in the Star Boundary had been harmed by them. The entire Star Boundary hated the demon Heavenly Way. However, the demon Heavenly Way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the demon Heavenly Way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the Star Boundary's energy, making it impossible for the Star Boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the War of the Two Realms. Every sect in the Star Boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the demon Heavenly Way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the demon Heavenly Way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the Star Boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao's strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Morong Xiao Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Bai arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed? Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiao Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here. This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help. Murong Xiao Xiao heard this, and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, Big Brother means a mole. Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiao Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? I thought you didn't notice. Bo Ye was still squatting in front of the Emperor Realm and said without raising her head, You noticed? Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Bo Ye sneered and pointed to the Emperor Realm in front of her. They have the same smell, a sour smell. Xiao Bai Yi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened, and were all suspicious. Chapter 36-39. Being stared at by several people, the petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, Do you have any instructions for me, elders? Xiao Bai Yi did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Murong Xiao Xiao spoke bluntly. Duan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way? Murong Xiao Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Mo Tian Dao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that Du Wan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine. Only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Du Wan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple, and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Murong Xiao Xiao's heart was heavy. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Du Wan. Du Wan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, 3 elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent. Murong Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, Whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes. When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Du Wan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first, and was not very obvious, but after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide, and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again, as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Bai Yi sighed softly, and Murong Xiao Xiao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Du-Wan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Du-Wan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Du-Wan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Du-Wan sneered, "Sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way, you will have a chance to live." After her identity was exposed, and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Murong Xiaoxiao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Du-Wan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you?" Du-Wan coldly snorted. "On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the Star Boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the Star Boundary can stop him?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it." "What changes?" Du-Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "The passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out." Du-Wan was startled and said coldly, "Stop trying to mislead people." Yang Kai smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms." Du-Wan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, "I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Murong Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, "Demonic blood purification! Brother, be careful!" How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Du-Wan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du-Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the Demon Heavenly Way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du-Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world, under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du-Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim, Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Duan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Murong Xiao Xiao's mood heavy. Xiao Bai Yi also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon Heavenly Way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Bo Ya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. What did you find? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Bo Ya. Bo Ya said, "It should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed. Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future." Bo, you was studying this just now. Hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya. Although Bai Zhuo was a general under Yu Ru Meng's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Bai Zhuo should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Du-Wan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Du-Wan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Bai Zhuo glanced at Du-Wan and asked. Yang Kai said, "I remember that Brother Bai Zhuo went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times." Bai Zhuo nodded and said, "That's right. After several years of war, he returned to the demon territory several times and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai pointed at Du-Wan in front of him. Bai Zhuo smiled and said, "Of course I've heard of it. Why, is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded and said, "Bo, you said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, so I wanted to ask Brother Bai Zhuo to examine her and see if you can save her." Bai Zhuo heard this and said, "Those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon clan's secret technique. But I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai Zhuo. Brother Yang is too polite." "Oh, right." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them?" Bai Zhuo looked at the unconscious Du-Wan and said, "I can see that although the demonic chi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it." Bai Ya also nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Huilun. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him and just pointed to Du-Wan on the ground and said, "Look at this woman. Do you see anything special about her?" Huilun didn't know the situation and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Du-Wan. After a long time, he carefully said, "This woman is petite and young. Her appearance is average, and her figure is average." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. "Is there anything else?" Anything else? Well, Lewin felt the pressure and gulped. I don't know what Master is referring to. She's been infected by the demonic chi. She's been infected by the demonic chi? Well, Lewin was stunned. He looked down at Duwan carefully and then shook his head vigorously. I can't see it. This was strange. Bo, you could see it, but Huluin couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Huluin was a low-ranked demon king. If even Huluin couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic chi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Bo Ya, Yang Kai thought about it and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feather demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Bo Ya to interrogate the demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the demon Heavenly Path's people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Bo, you didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the demon Heavenly Path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called White Horse Town. According to him, White Horse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many demon Heavenly Path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Du-Won quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Murong Xiao Zhao's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. There are no demon Heavenly Path strongholds here. Xiao Bai Yi frowned. Then what are you doing here? I don't know. The demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. I'm just following orders. Who told you to come? Xiao Bai Yi asked again. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, Bo Ya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic chi into his body. The next moment, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, I really don't know who I'm here. I'm here. For what reason? I don't know anything. Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The Four Seasons realm. Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor realm, from demon Heavenly Path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, "You want to go to the Four Seasons realm?" Although his movements were weak, the Emperor realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you want?" He was also going to the Four Seasons realm, and this place was not far from the Four Seasons realm. He did not expect that the Emperor realm from Demon Heavenly Path would also want to go to the Four Seasons realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor Realm Master couldn't answer. Even after Bo-Ya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Bai Zhuo another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Bai Zhuo study a way to crack the blood demon secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from Demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the Four Seasons realm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Shall Bai take the disciples back to the temple first? I'll go to the Four Seasons realm to see what Demon Heavenly Path is up to." "I'll go with you," Xiao Bai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Morong. "Xiao, if you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Morong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone?" With Morong Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since Demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the Four Seasons realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiao Bai frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, "Can you put them away?" Duwan and the Emperor Realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I want you to go back not only because junior sister Morong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the Four Seasons realm. What happened in the Four Seasons realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent." Xiao Bai listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said seriously, "We found Duwan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Duwan in the temple?" Saying so, he beckoned to Bo-Ya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, "Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple." Just now, Bo-Ya was able to detect Duwan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through Demon Heavenly Path's disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Bo-Ya to go. Bo-Ya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this and could not help but glare at Yang Kai, but she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiao Bai glanced at Bo-Ya hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, there will be no problem." Xiao Bai gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Great Elder Chiu." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail, and be careful. Don't leak the news, and alert the enemy." "I know," Xiao Bai responded. After the discussion, Xiao Bai did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. His team of disciples had not yet arrived. Duwan was in Morong Xiao's team, so he did not know if there were any Demon Heavenly Path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Bo-Ya to cooperate fully with the temple and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Bai turned to look at Bo Ya. Bo Ya slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Bai still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Bo Ya. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Bo Ya suddenly attacked, with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price, especially with the injured Morong. Xiao Bai always stood between her and Bo Ya. In addition, there was another problem that made Xiao Bai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Bo Ya's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Boya could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Boya. Only then did they set off on their way. The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm, which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Qiongqi opened the way. Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Tao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening, so even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention. No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues, but when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually there were few people in this valley, and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people, and the smallest had a dozen people. But without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 36:41. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley, where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor realm masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the first order to the third order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the demon domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yong Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the demon Heavenly Way. After frowning for a while, Yong Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ye, he could certainly kill these people, but it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm who was thrown into the small sealed world before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the demon Heavenly Way, and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yong Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the demon Heavenly Way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yong Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the demon Heavenly Way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night they were busy. Yong Kai observed for more than 10 days and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array, a large-scale spirit array that almost covered the entire nameless valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable Great Array gradually took shape. Yong Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation and put his brand into the Jade Slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the Jade Slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit Bead to consult the Southgate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yong Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yong Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array, and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yong Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yong Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yong Kai, let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the Demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful. Yong Kai replied, I know. The Southern Gate Army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the Demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yong Kai didn't believe that the Demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints' combined strength. Hearing Yong Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate Army solemnly warned again, Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform the subordinate immediately. Yong Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate Army made such a judgment, Yong Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the Great Array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire nameless valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the great array, while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo cupped their fists and greeted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow, and asked, "You saved him?" This middle-aged man was Mo Tiandao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Bai Zhuo had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Mo Tiandao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. "Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai." "You really saved him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Bai Zhuo flipped his wrist, and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. This was a drop of demon blood. Bai Zhuo said, "This is the root of the disaster." Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. "What do you mean?" Bai Zhuo said, "A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So, if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. "In other words, even if I can capture someone from Mo Tiandao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them." Bai Zhuo slowly shook his head. "I don't have enough ability." He was a half-saint, and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Xueli? Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Duan and asked, "How is she? Can you save her?" Bai Zhuo didn't dare say anything. "I will do my best." Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, "What is your name?" The other person weakly replied, "Zhao Quan." After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die, but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Mo Tiandao. This was the reason why Bai Zhuo said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Mo Tiandao. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. "Now, there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me?" Zhao Quan immediately replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" As long as we can kill the demon race, what's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago. You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path. Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Bai Zhua had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Mo Tian Dao gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This show will accompany Palace Master Yang. And restore yourself first. I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Mo Tian Dao were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Sky Path dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang. Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, "You will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join." Zhao Quan replied, "This is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal." "That's good. Let's go." Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way, while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 3642. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley, where the Four Seasons Realms Gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Tao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura." Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, "Thinking of my sex disciples, this show couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, but there will always be a chance." Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, A tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it, and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-ranked demon king, only revealing the aura of a lower-ranked demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Matian Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, "I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me." The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Matian Path. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, "Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws?" Zhao Quan nodded. "Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first." Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the Array Master. The Array Master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. "I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days, I will need your help." "Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions." Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Junior Brother, why are you hiding your face?" Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior Brother encountered a fire when he was young, and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again, but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yong Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter, and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns, but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yong Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Maqian Dao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yong Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yong Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Maqian Dao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed, and he really needed to heal. Yong Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days, so Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate Army said that this large array was a summoning array and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation, so what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Maqian Dao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Maqian Dao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yong Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Maqian Dao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yong Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the 3rd day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yong Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone come out with me." After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yong Kai found that the people of Maqian Dao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over, and he smiled faintly. "Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward." After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yong Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor Realm Master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, "These jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well." Yong Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yong Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged, and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools, and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, "Today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone, enter the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor Realm Masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li and were in two different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated, and the people from the Emperor Realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the South Gate Army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the South Gate Army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point, and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 36:43. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation!" The cultivators of the Emperor Realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale, and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. The injuries I suffered before, Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him. Waste. He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar, and threw him out. His hand seals changed, and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yong Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Wind Monarch." The Wind Emperor raised his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here." Master Sun said, "It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all." Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yong Kai's ears, and Yong Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's pathmaster was the great emperors Qin Yi, and Qin Yi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under Qin Yi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yong Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, reporting to the Wind Monarch, "Everything here has been prepared. Very good." The Wind Monarch smiled. "Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Pathmaster to reward you." Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Wind Monarch." The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yong Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash." Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array. Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The Wind Monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the Wind Monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the Wind Monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the Wind Monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then, it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew, because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, it must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the Wind Monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The Wind Monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groan sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the Wind Monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm, apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the Wind Monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small, although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone. The flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the winged monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 3644. In any case, the winged monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time great emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the great emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time great emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the star realm, only the great emperors were comparable to the great emperor's Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era. Otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time great emperor, great emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The winged monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the winged monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The winged monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the great emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the great emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the great emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the winged monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation, although he was strong and had a half-dragon body? If he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the great emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the great emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, the Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish, but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage. But as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm, who were maintaining the array, all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty! The flowing time temple has appeared. In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary." The flowing time temple was actually the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the flowing time temple, the legendary palace of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this. So the appearance of the flowing time temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment, they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Songdalu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar flowing time temple, they thought that the South Gate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, what it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the flowing time great emperor. However, Kenyu was also a great emperor, after all. Though the flowing time divine palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the flowing time divine palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time and strive for the pinnacle of the great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the Southgate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The flowing time temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the flowing time great emperor, great emperors could connect with the flowing time temple. With the power of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters and the Great Emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake Emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Way scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long, just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other 2 rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor, who would be able to stop the 3 half-saints when they attacked. At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor realm cultivator from the Emperor realm was only a first-order Emperor realm master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the flowing time temple in midair, so he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. You didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Ya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Ya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Ya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it, especially the person who was pointed at by Ya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yang Kai also suffered from the backlash. For a while, he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light, and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Ya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Baishwa had already pounced on the Wind King. The 2 half-saint strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saint subordinates under Yurumeng, Baishwa had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin, and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the 2 of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Baishwa. When Ya recovered, the 3 of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yang Kai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Baishwa were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Baishwa was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. It couldn't be said that he was frozen because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the 2 of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yang Kai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the 2 of them were doing. One was extremely fast, while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 36:45. With just a glance, Yang Kai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the winged monarch himself. Without thinking, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed toward the winged monarch. His expression was solemn, and the devil chi rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream." Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time great emperor, shuttling seal, was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Bai Zhuo, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand, and a crimson blood river rushed toward the winged monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. Its power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic warhammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the winged monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the winged monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the winged monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Bai Zhuo were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Bai Ye, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now, 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai!" As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Qin Yi. The great emperors, Yi Ying, would naturally pass on this information, and the winged monarch had obtained this information from Qin Yi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Bai Zhuo. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Bai Zhuo acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Bai Zhuo to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The winged monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic warhammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the winged monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the winged monarch forced 2 half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor had already slammed down on the winged monarch's chest. The winged monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time great emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The winged monarch had the body of a fake emperor and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time great emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Bai Zhuo returned. Even Baiya suppressed the surging qi and blood in her heart and rushed over from afar. The three half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the two half-saint and Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Baiya this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for Two Fists to fight against four hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. The flowing time great emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic warhammer and the divine technique of Bai Zhuo and Baiya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya, Baiya, and Bai Zhuo's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the three half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Bai Zhuo was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baiya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Bai Zhuo's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Bai Zhuo's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." "Kill!" Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baiya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Bai Zhuo wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had two half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Bai Ye and Bai Zhua had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng coughed a few times, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most." It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the two golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating! He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Bai Zhua and Bai Ye were directly eliminated from the battlefield, although the two half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury. Who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng was still smiling. "Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life." The Feng shook his head and laughed. "Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself." As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. "There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang." There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die or I die. The Feng looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up at Yang Kai. "Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this? Or you can give me the remains of the great emperors." The Feng shook his head. "That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable." Then there's no room for negotiation. When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment and Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, An invisible force enveloped the wind monarch. Chapter 36:46. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the wind monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bone suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the wind monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic warhammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the wind monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the wind monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Cheongchi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The wind monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the wind monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The wind monarch set up a large array here, and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his palace, but Yang Kai led the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation, when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the wind monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time, he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before, because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the wind monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the 4 great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way, so Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Bai Zhua and Baiya had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Bai Zhua and Baiya back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded. Be careful. No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of. So even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the 2 little kids Yang Shui and Yang Shao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yan and Cheongchi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the Wind Monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint level started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment, Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Master Sun, where do you want to go? When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, he was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm, except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were profound, and he was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough. Get lost, or this king won't show mercy. Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay. He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, the people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race, unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this Master Sun was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention. But before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly, and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The flowing time temple and the Wind Monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so The current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now, he was a third-layer Emperor realm master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Tao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Qiongqi had opened the back door and brought Lu Yan in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the four territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the Flowing Time Temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears, and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh, and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered, but what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The four seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the Four Seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Qiongqi and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the Four Seasons realm? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.